Welcome back to GTA Finals Day 2. These are the final two sessions of the event. Group 4, Session 7 is getting gridded up and ready to go out. Drivers have had their lunches. Everyone has been re-racked for the final two sessions of the day. We'll be going hot in about 5 minutes with drivers getting ready. Make sure to stay tuned for Group 2 and Group 1. These are going to be the battles everyone's watching. Kevin Burke trying to hold off his limited class lead. We'll have Life Motorsports and Professional Awesome fighting for the overall win. It does look like Dai Yoshihara and the Evasive team are done for the weekend. They've set very impressive times, and I'm not sure if there's mechanical or they feel it can't go faster, but they've definitely done their job. Cole was on a banger before we went to lunch. His last session out, he almost had a big incident in the final corner though and was not able to complete that lap. We'll see him out here again. Hopefully he can still do it with the tires that are on it. He had just put on a fresh set of stickers. The Pro A team absolutely feels like they have more on the table. Tom O'Gorman has been pushing that car more and more every single session. These are going to be the final two sessions of the event. Like usual, there's a little bit of attrition. Teams have pushed the limit of their tires, of their vehicles, but at least we know for at least this run group, we'll have this session of groups, we'll have the heavy hitters out one more time. Sean Cagle was incapable of setting his lap in the last one. They made a few map changes, and it looks like they actually hit a boost cut they've never hit before. So they're going to work through that, and Sean really wants to get into the 39s in that car. He's been running a 40 consistently, but he wants to see a 30 in his life. So hopefully we see Sean in the 39s. We see the overall record fall. We see a great battle between Life Motorsports and Professional Awesome, and overall we're here for a strong finish.
Group 4 is your final call to grid. GTA Group 4, you're about to go hot on track. GTA Group 4 kicking off the second half of the final day of this GTA Finals competition at Buttonwillow 2022. Remember, everybody we're live streaming this for the rest of the day on the Facebook page. Look out there, guys. After
Group 4 finally going out on track. This is going to be Group 4, Session 7. We have 2 more full sessions of this GTA Finals event. We will have Mark Yeager back in here through Group 2 and Group 1, leading up to discussing what happened with Life's car, what happened with Cole's lap, Pro A continuing to go faster. I had a quick conversation basically in passing with Mike on the Pro A team about what's left in the car. They know there's more left. They're very well known for continuing to run faster laps through an event. They always have little tips and tricks they can do, so we don't expect their day to be over yet. Cole definitely wants to go out there and set a flyer on this next one. He doesn't want to have to leave it to the end. nice fan favorite car right there. Datsun 260Z VQ powered, so the power of a newer 350 or 370Z in that 260. It's like Grandpa got the heart transplant from his grandson. By Gerald at a 2-minute 3:33, James Taylor with a 2:05.9, Richard Klein at 2:08, and Carly Devry at a 2:09.6. These are times that have been run faster by these drivers, but they're getting back into it after lunch. I remember Paul talking yesterday early about the fog of lunch. You just were off track. The track was cold for a little bit over an hour, plus whenever your last session was. You just ate lunch. You went over some data, but you got to get back out there and really get the mindset. Right now, we have swapped the groups backwards. It usually went 1, 2, 3, 4. The last two sessions of the day, it goes 4, 3, 2, 1. We are starting with Group 4. Everyone's on a clean track right now. Obviously, the guys in Group 3, 2, and 1 are hoping the people in Group 4 don't put too much dirt or debris on the track. But Groups 4, 3, and 2 are going to really warm up the line for the drivers in Group 1. Sofian Frival still leading this session at a 157.8. We saw Dustin Kent go a 158.1 with his car. His seat time in that car has really helped a lot. He obviously had an off or an incident where he lost the front end of the car very early in day one, but with his history of not being able to finish events, we knew he was going to do everything in his power to go out there, and it's very, very respectable what he's done. We have Gerald Dutatko at a 158.1 on his third lap. Carly Devery with a 203.2, picking up a good amount of time from her first lap. And then Richard Klein at a 204.8. I was talking with Kevin Burke, Johnny Hernandez, a few of these people, and even on street tires, the tires that come up relatively quick and can get greasy fast, it almost takes 2 complete laps before they come up to a good temp to be able to set a lap. That says a lot for the teams that are on slicks. Though we have Sean Cagle and Life Motorsports on tire warmers, they go out there for their installation laps, the temps drop. It's very hard to keep the temp in the tires, and even though it's a beautiful day outside, the sun is shining, it's clear skies right now, as you can see from this beautiful drone shot, have some clouds in the background, but it's basically blue skies. The heat is just not staying in the track, so that's very indicative of power, but it's going to be hard for teams like Pro A, Life Motorsports, Sean Cagle to go faster. Now, Life Motorsports, Cole Paulson, they are in the lead right now with a high 37.9. You got Pro A with Tom O'Gorman at a 38, and then you have Sean Cagle at his 140, who's been trying to break into the 30s for a couple years now. We want to see him do it. His team and his program, they're racing themselves, they're racing the program, they're racing the clock. They have pushed the limits of their car and their program beyond what anyone thought was possible, and to see them continue to go and continue to go is just an inspiration to us up here. Justin Kent still finding time with a 158.121. Now that right there is a serious off. Let's see if we can get the cameras on bus stop, truck stop. We had someone going in through bus stop. So after Cotton Corners, you're carrying a lot of speed. It's not a common place to go off, but the right turn before the left, if you carry a lot, the car will come around on you and you won't make it into the bus stop complex. As you can tell, that was a backward spin, just completely off the entire time. It was actually pretty good. We have all that Buttonwillow silt going across the entire track now. That is the car that went off coming back in. They're going to have to get checked out by either their crew, well, first their crew, but also by GTA Track Safety to make sure nothing came off the car. This is another Renner-supported vehicle. Great team. They have a few cars over here. Actually, may not be a Renner-supported car, actually, to be honest with you. Nope, absolutely is. I see the Renner shirt. The only bad part about going off here is you're going to find dirt in your car for the next 5 years. Anyone that's gone off at Buttonwillow knows this silt just stays in crevasses of your vehicle you never knew existed. That was the end of Group 4, Session 7. That's their second to last session out here. The Sofiane Fraval leading with a 157.898. This is something we see rather often with Teslas. He was able to do one really hot lap at full tilt and then just brought it back in. There are superchargers here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park, so don't have to do what Craig Coker had to do last year and drive back to where the Motel 6 is in Buttonwillow, California to be able to charge at the Starbucks. That's huge for them. Dustin Kennett at 158.121, Gerald Utatko at a 158.198, and Robert Robles at a 159.243. Carly Devery at a 203.2 and Richard Klein at a 204.8. Here's Group 3, Session 7 getting lined up. Group 3, Session 7. Here we go, Group 3, Session 7 being sent out on track. That's Group 3 being sent out on track. I see going out second there is Peter Tuchinishki, being followed by Zachary Sober. Aaron Gong right behind Mr. Sober. I had a chance to talk with Damien for a little bit. That's the gentleman walking down the pit with the tire pressure gauge and the Renner shirt. Damien drives the Renner Motorsports limited class competition car. Sadly, they weren't able to get the car together for today. It does suck because they are one of the more competitive cars out here, but they are still working very hard on it. Obviously, the goal for them and so many teams is to be able to make Texas. They're working hard for it. We're hoping to see them out there, but if not, I'm sure we will see them again in competition. They've done an amazing job on that car. The years of development put into it to be able to lay down the lap they did last year, you know, both here at GTA Finals and Long Beach Grand Prix was incredible. there's Mike Kang leading the field out, being followed closely by Peter Tuchinishki. Mike Kang, pretty well-known competitor here on the West Coast. Haven't seen many laps out of him this weekend. I think I've seen him in a couple other groups. Let's see what he can lay down in his Street Class A90 Supra. Zach Sober right behind Peter. It does look like we now have all cars on track for Group 3. For those of you wondering, timing and scoring is on racehero.io. You would see everyone who has already started their laps. It's being led by Michael Kang, then Peter Tuchinishki, Zach Sober, Aaron Gong, William Huang, Maxwell Izovsky, Mark A. Lager, and Joseph Nacion leading up the back. It does look like the Project Import S2000 got out a little bit late, so they're actually on a warm-up lap right now. The only downside of being a little bit late to the paddock is he now has to do the warm-up lap at a much higher pace to make sure he doesn't cause any drama for anyone behind him. But he's got a great gap in front and behind, so he can still warm those tires up and be able to get in a good spot before starting his hot lap. Peter at a 154.648 right off the bat, and Zach Sober at a 54.413, just barely surpassing him. Mike Kang, who did a installation and warm-up lap, came in immediately, unsure if he had a problem with the car or had to come in and change some tire pressures. It didn't feel good. Aaron Gong at a 57 with William Huang at a 56.508. Maxwell Izovsky at a 152.419. There we go, really bringing up the heat. It does look like Mr. Lager in the Corvette is off. That is going to be through sunset. He may have come in a little bit too hot, did a quick little loop right there. Like we saw with Cole Paulson on his lap, this is not an easy corner. Very difficult to explain to someone who's never been to Buttonwillow what sunset's really like. You really have to turn in early. It's got a very severe dip on the inside. It's one of those things that until you've driven this track, it's hard to explain why you see so many cars go off there. There's Aaron Gong going through Riverside. Right behind him is Kevin Courtney in the Project Import S2000. It looks like he's gained more confidence in the car. It's working well. They have the brakes all sorted out, it seems, because he's carrying much more speed through these corners. Let's see how they can end this event strong. They've obviously had their own little bit of drama with the car, but anyone who's ever dealt with the Project Import team or any of these teams that have been coming all these years, they're not going to let any little bit stop them in trying to achieve the fastest lap possible and basically just try to lay down anything they can. Kevin Courtney in the S2000 going through the S's right now. Car looks nice and planted, going around that final S. He's going to go ahead and set up for his final turn at sunset. Let's see what kind of lap time Kevin can lay down right here. A 155.277, picking up pace in that Project Import S2000. You could tell he's really starting to gain confidence in it. He has this whole session and the next session to try and lay down the fastest lap possible for this weekend. Currently leading the entire session is Maxwell Lazowski, the 152.419. Zach Sobert at 54.413 right behind him, and Peter Tuchinishki at a 54.648. Kevin Courtney making his way up to the timesheets with his 55.277. There's Michael Kang starting another flyer. Let's see if he makes it through this one without having any issues. Again, unsure if he had a problem. It looked like he had a small conversation with his pit crew here and then just went right back out to start it. There's Joseph Nacion really pushing it through bus stop. He's not doing any favors to the people running after him, putting a little dirt there into the corners, but that's really what happens here when you're pushing the limits. There's a couple corners that are just absolutely going to do wonders for your lap time. When you're going through bus stop, you're trying to carry as much speed into Riverside to get to Phil Hill. This is where a good amount of your lap is made, so he knows pushing there is everything. Looks like we do have a car stopped at turn 1. He pulled off on the inside there, probably couldn't get back into the pits. He was running very slow down the front straight. Could be an electrical gremlin, car could have died. We'll see if we can get him hot-towed in through the pit out to try and keep this session going. Buttonwillow Fire and Safety is going to try and get that car off track ASAP. Luckily, he's right at pit out, so we should be able to pull him in quickly and not really hinder much more of the session. So it does look like it is a form of a catastrophic. It wasn't an engine failure. They actually lost the transmission. So he turned onto the front straight, from what we could tell, it immediately failed on him because he would have come in before sunset and he coasted down. He didn't really want to have to go that far, but obviously there's nowhere good you can stop on the front straight, so he stopped right after pit out so track safety could get to him ASAP. They're going to hook him up and try to hot tow him in, but that is probably the end of their event with a blown trans.
about 15 minutes in here into session 7, group 3. We're about to be going into group 2. These are going to be the two fastest groups going out. Currently, we still have the same drama we had before. We have Life Motorsports in first place. We have, who's in second place, Mark? Now that I have Mark Yeager up here, I'm going to put him on blast, make sure he's been paying attention.
Oh, man, I think we got the good old Evo boys.
That is 100% correct. It's Professional Awesome with a 38. And our friend Sean Cagle over at Caliber Customs in third. Now, I got to say, the team at Caliber, they're such nice guys. They even took in the lights of Kevin Burke as part of their team for the weekend. Can you believe that? A non-V8?
That's the nicest thing I've ever heard in my life.
we're coming to a lull. It does suck. I don't know if you saw the car broken down on track. Trans let go.
Ah, that's what it was?
It was. So he made the turn. He made the turn on the Sunset to finish his lap. And what's funny is he set his fastest lap of the entire event right before that. He did a 52.4. He was in the mid-50s before that. And he really put it together.
That's quite a
You and I both heard the tires screech, so we both made a quick little look there. I got to say, so from inside the tower, we're absolutely insulated for more than I thought. I went outside to talk to you guys for a second, and a Camaro drove by, and I'm a little deaf right now.
Oh, man. So we got one of the very few Evos that aren't amazing in terms of aero, all the other things out on track right now. He's going through Riverside. Also coming up, we have, is that a NASA TT1?
It's a TT1, TT2 car Corvette. Now, this is someone who hasn't ran a time attack event with us before. I could tell that you've ran NASA, I believe. You've run, or at least seen it. The time trial cars are built to run full sessions, right?
Absolutely.
So he's really pushing the limits. We've seen him go off at the Sweeper, we've seen him go off at Sunset, we've seen him go off a couple other places, and some people watching might think that's a negative, but when you're used to running a complete 30-minute session and all you have here is 15 solid minutes to lay down a single lap, it's a different mindset. It's not easy for a competitor, that's for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, you do have a completely different mindset as you take into time attack. A big thing that we've seen over the years is strategy. People tend to forget that with time attack, there's a huge amount of strategy involved. And one of those things is tires and what you can do with those tires within a lap and within your session itself. So generally what you see, and something I always promote when I'm out on track.
Mark A. Lager just did a 153, fastest time of his session for now. So he's obviously getting it. He even had a little off on that lap. Not a complete, but he put two off over. He put two off over by Cotton Corner, somewhere where you don't usually see someone go off.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Yeah, the guys, when they go out on track, right, I usually tell people, when you're going to go out on track and you have the people gridding up next to you, it's a good idea to take the time to maybe have some conversation with the guys around you. Let them know, hey, I'm planning to do one hot lap, then a cold, then a hot lap, then a cold. Or if you're going to set up for 2 hot laps, then a cold, it really helps everyone around you understand what you're doing so they know when they're going to be passing you. You know, a little bit of communication can go a long ways between the teams. And that's strategy. That's what you're talking about when you're talking about strategy and time attack.
Well, and it also helps having a team with you. You know, it's
Absolutely.
Your team talking to their team. Everyone knows exactly what's going on. What's really cool about this TT Vet, the one thing that I do appreciate about TT cars, even though sadly we weren't able to see them compete this weekend from a charging issue, Cable Rosenberg and the Viper, right?
Yep.
That is the fan favorite car, one of the best sounding cars we have.
Great sound.
Sadly, their alternator failed in testing, and 5th gen Viper alternators, not the easiest thing to find in Bakersfield, California.
Hell, I heard not even in the state of California.
Yeah, absolutely. So it sucks when you have little things like that. We had the small conversation earlier about how this place just kicks people's butts, and you've had a car running perfect, an alternator that hasn't even shown an inch of having an issue, and of course you show up here in the paddock and all of a sudden it fails.
Happens just like that. You can prepare all you want all night, all day, and then you get out here and the thing that you thought was tried and true and without a doubt is going to fail you. I mean, that's one thing. Myself, James Howe, we were talking in the pits a minute ago, and we talked about all the different things that you can bring. And you can bring a complete spare car and still not have the right part that you need. But you always have to look at things that are consumables, such as fluids, brake pads, tires, all those things. And even think about this, consumables are also wheels. People forget
100%.
about that.
And though we've seen this in the past, our competitors have gotten smarter over the years, but I remember the first time someone told me a set of wheel studs should be replaced every season. You know, I was young. It was 2005. I'm like, wheel studs? And then you see a stud fail on a race car. You're like, oh, yeah, those are absolutely consumable products. Got it.
Yeah, 100%. There's so many things that go into the consumable area that people just forget about, things that we should be changing on a more frequent basis than we generally do. But at the end of the day, a lot of these people are privateers, so they're doing it on a very limited budget. With that said, we should always be looking at the safety aspect and ensuring that we replace these things on a regular basis.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And, you know, funny enough, we were talking about, obviously, the second session is the money session. You and I both know it, but look at it outside. It's 56 degrees.
It's a beautiful sky. The track is clean. The track is still pretty cold from everyone I'm talking to. You're still talking second, third lap. You're going to have the best grip possible.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't think we're going to have an issue seeing the likes of Life or Pro set fast laps.
Agreed.
Other than the fact that Life was on a brand new set of stickers, and no one wants to ruin a set of stickers on a failed lap.
100%. I actually was curious. I did see Cole and the guys with the van driving back, and I couldn't remember if that was before or after that session. So do they have another set of stickers?
Sneaky team. Who knows? Who knows? I mean, what color are the wheels, I guess, is the question. Are they orange? Are they black? Are they green? We'll know. The green wheels had the newest stickers on them. For all we know, they have an even cleaner set from the orange ones that they'll try. That's the cool part about their team, about their program. Though they are, a small shop building awesome product, they try to come as prepared as possible.
100%, yeah.
You don't run Pikes Peak and all these other events, Roll Time Attack, without at least the thought process of, hey, anything is possible. Let's bring everything we can to try and be as fast as possible.
But at the same time, the Paddock, as we talked about before, the Paddock is giving. Just a quick for instance, Pro after their last session, they know they can go faster. They need to make some alignment changes. Just so happened, either something happened with theirs or they didn't have it at the moment. They came over to my camp, borrowed a camber gauge and some toe plates. They're going to make some changes. We're going to see them go faster now.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's
with Tom at the wheel, with someone who can really wheel the car, if they can get that car squared away, if Cole cannot lay down another lap, we may see a Pro victory just based on attrition.
Oh, I could believe it. It's definitely one of those things where I know I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. They're going to be pushing each other. We already saw it with Cole coming out of that final corner and hitting that berm just a little bit too hard, shooting him off a little bit kind of weird. And but those guys were pushing as hard as they can. We're coming into this session here, which is going to be...
This is going to be Group 2 that's gridding up right now.
Yeah.
So Group 3 is the one that just hit the checkers. Group 2 is on grid right now. So here's what we have going on. Obviously, you see Thomas Smith there. More impressively, Jarrell Natividad has pushed Johnny off of the podium. Jarrell is an enthusiast class driver who moved up to street, who was struggling a little bit, but has gotten into the 50. I'm going to tell you something, which I'm sure you didn't know. Did you see Johnny Hernandez hit the tire wall?
No, I did not.
There it is. I have not met a single person yet that has. Earlier today, we see him going slow here, and his car is gray, and it's very hard to see. But apparently what happened is he got really squirrely, just like Cole did. He recovered, but he grazed the tire wall.
Wow.
I'm with him over here. The car is mechanically sound. It's a few scuff marks, maybe a little bit of hurt pride.
Yeah.
But I go over there. I'm like, hey, how are you? He's like, well, look at the car. And I look, I said, whoa, what happened here? He explained it. He scuffed the tires a little bit, but he's just trying to shake off the rust. You know it. You don't just go back out. He's done 49s. He's podiumed here multiple times.
Absolutely. He's shown quickness.
So for Jarrell to be ahead of him, he's going to have to go out there and drive in anger because he's not going to be okay with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Thomas can go lay down. Him and his crew have been over there working, cranking on that car, so hopefully they can dial in some magic and we can see something exciting out of them. It's funny because I look at this R8, right, and it's so plain Jane in comparison to, all the other cars, stickers, all stickered up. It does have a wing, but for the most part...
a little bit of front arrow, some canards. I mean, for the most part, it's someone just wheeling it.
Yeah, and it's a guy just going out here having fun, playing the game, and seeing what he can get. And it seems like he's putting down some pretty decent times.
He's not going slow. That's the funny part. And we do keep a few things open in the rule set. Obviously, we're not going to let an R8 run in street. They are automatically a limited class car.
Absolutely.
But we have something called a supercar clause where we don't require you to have the full safety of limited, but the amount of mods you can do are limited. So to give an example to someone watching, let's say you have an R8. You're going to run in limited class. But if you still a stock interior car, you can do intake, exhaust, and tuning, but you can't go beyond that because you're pushing the car past the safety limits of the OEM safety. Now, if you want to be competing at the top tier of limited, you got to go full cage, full safety, race gear, all that. But we still want people with cars like these to be able to come out and compete. Of course, it falls underneath the how do you feel about someone buying a quote-unquote supercar and competing, but it's proof that you don't just get to buy an R8 and win. This car is not coming out here to win. They're coming out here and setting competitive lap times, but they are not in the lead by any means.
Yes, and that is something that guys really have to understand. Again, we talked about it before. You buy that car for, let's just say, 80, 100 grand, whatever the case may be. You take that same kind of money, you put it into any of these other cars, and you're going to be probably on over the top of those guys, to be honest with you. It doesn't mean you're running away with it just by buying an expensive car. So it looks like we're getting ready to start the first hot laps. The Corvette's going to be leading the charge here as he comes through the sweeper into the S's.
I think that's Clayton Yates in his C706 with ZR1 Aero. So the cool part is, obviously, he falls under these rules, right? So Clayton Yates, we were great. We had a great discussion with him. His concern was that he was going to be breaking the rules, but that is a factory ZR1 rear spoiler. It's got which are chassis mounted, by the way, if you didn't know ZR1s. It is a chassis mounted spoiler. It goes through the rear bumper. It actually hard mounts to the chassis. So it's fantastic air out of the box. It's got a Z06 Stage 3 front package. So he's still 100% within the rules of the supercar clause. He's just trying to go as fast as he can. He's probably on stock competition seats. Overall, they're great cars for competition. But what's funny is then you have Jarrell Natividad in a pretty well set up A90. I wouldn't say it's at the level of craziness of other A90s we've seen, but he's a driver. He's a shoe. Jarrell's been part of the track culture here since Crops ran at Streets of Willow all the time. Keep racing off public streets.
Oh, I remember those days.
He had the Miata back then, and then he had a BR's or a Red FRS, and he just keeps going up in these chassis that are fun to drive. For him, it's never about owning the fastest car. It's about owning fun cars. He was very fast in an NA Miata. He was very fast in his FRS. Now he's very fast in his A90 Supra, and none of those cars were max effort. He's proof that driver makes the difference, not the car.
Absolutely. Yeah, these guys absolutely need to get out there and run some really fast laps in this session because, well, why not? And as they come through, it looks like...
See, Jarrell's really comfortable through bus stop, you could tell. Yeah. And then Jake Graham is getting better and better every lap. This yellow S2000 is being driven by Gary Young. It's a limited class S2000. Basically where we see the most S2000s.
We got fire rescue on the field.
It does look like we have fire safety out there. I'm not sure if he's trying to find debris. He did make sure to let all of the people on track on first. So sometimes if they're trying to catch something quickly, they don't want to get in the way of people's laps. They need to get out somewhere to grab something. They'll do it while the cars are well ahead of them so they're not impeding anyone's lap times. Also, it's not really fair because he gets to cut across the whole track, you know.
He's getting the fastest lap.
Yeah, that's cheating, though. I'm going to have to disqualify that.
What do we got? Yeah, it looks like he's going back toward the back part of the track here. We still got the Corvette coming around, finishing his lap, coming around the final corner. And Jarrell. TGA.
Clayton with a 52.7. Jarrell right behind him with a 51.8.
Ooh, that's good.
That's good. It's not quite his fastest lap yet. Jake Graham at a 51.8 also. So Jarrell is a 51.1. And then Gary Young at a 53.7. Now, from what I can hear, that's Thomas Smith.
Thomas Smith.
Now look at this. This is what I love, though. Notice where he is. He's on the inside of Phil Hill. So he had an issue. He put his car where it would not stop anybody. This is just a competitor's will and someone with great history of our series. He knows, hey, I'm breaking down. I'm going to take the straight shot.
Absolutely, and obviously fire safety is going out there and doing their best to protect him from anybody who would come on that road and making sure that they're well protected from anything that would be going on. Obviously, they're way off track, so it shouldn't be any problem.
Yeah, 100%. And this is why it's so important, because now you see that's the actual line. To anyone looking, it's very hard to tell sometimes from the drone, but Phil Hill is that quick right there. So he took the bypass to get out of the way of everybody.
I've actually been on that same road and been on fire in that same position, so it's a good
Subaru,
place. In a Subaru,
yes. Blue Subaru. A little PTSD up in the tower right now.
Yeah, it's really fun to try to pull off your hood, throw it off, and put out the fire by yourself.
Not as bad as Rahdo's been on fire in the same situation. The last event he ever ran in that car, and he runs on methanol, right? So the fire is invisible. I completely remember seeing him jump out of the car, pull the hood off, get a fire extinguisher, and you couldn't see anything. You know, I remember seeing the in-car of it after, and all you could see was the heat permeating, and I'm like, that's probably terrifying.
Yeah, that would be absolutely terrifying. That is for certain. Yeah, these guys are putting down some really good times. I mean, you're talking low 150s for anybody in this class. Just as I say that, Novak had to ruin it.
Oscar Jackson at a 204. Truth be told, he is an OG also. It's been a long time since Oscar Jackson's been in competition. Clayton Yates at a 51. It's been a while since Oscar Jackson's been in competition, but he obviously still has the wheeling gene.
Oh, yeah. I just love seeing Novak out here. He always builds such amazing cars.
They're not just fast, they're beautiful.
Oh, that is the
He
thing.
permeates the West Coast belief of cars have to look good before they go fast.
You know, everyone was really sad when he got rid of his Subaru, and obviously everyone was really sad when he got rid of the Civic.
Honestly, I was more sad when he got rid of the R32 with the he had an HKS sequential, and this is probably more fanboy cars. He didn't track these things, but he had a Skyline before they were even allowed to be here with an HKS sequential. The car that made him famous to a lot of people, the magazine car, was the S2000 on ITBs. I was really sad when he sold that. The cars we obviously know, the GC.
Yep, absolutely.
The GC was an incredible
Another
build.
magazine car on the cover.
He still has his EG though.
Oh, I thought he got rid of it.
No, he still has the EG. He got rid of the EKR. He got rid of all of those cars. But the EG he still has. Will he compete with it? Who knows? Honestly, it's hard to tell someone to get rid of something like that. That's a gorgeous car.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, those guys are out there. They're having a good time. Obviously, just putting in laps, getting used to their car, prepping up. You know, as we have right now, looks like we got the Audi going through bus stop here right now.
Yeah, I believe that's George Zhao. I mean, look,
okay.
So if you look at one of these, you know, you meet an average owner of an R8. Do you think they're going to show up and just lay down a 52? Because that's what he did.
No, absolutely not. I've been to many events with many a supercar, and you get surprised with how the owners.
It's my favorite thing to run with Speed District. You know why? Because there are fast drivers there, don't get me wrong, but there's just a lot of people with nicer cars that want to run around other nicer cars, and the best part about running with them is by lunchtime, those people go home, and you have the entire track to yourself. But it is mind-blowing because I've also been out there and I've seen people beating up on cars I never thought I'd see on track.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I remember being with Speed District out here once, two guys GT3 RSs, and one guy was running in the 40s nonstop, towed it in his Raptor with his aluminum trailer, and you see him pull up and you're like, another Porsche owner, but then he just lays it down for a whole half day and you're like, okay, that's the guy right there.
And that's impressive. That's always great to see those guys who really enjoy it, really get after it, and really take care of those vehicles. Phil Hill is probably one of the most interesting parts of this track as he goes over it right there. It is claimed more splitters and front ends than you can ever imagine.
It's all it takes is a bad lineup and you end up in the dirt on the left, and you know this. The drop off on the dirt right there, it's half a foot at least.
Oh, yeah.
So the splitter's going to dig as soon as it comes down.
And it's super soft sand right there.
I remember Andrew Neer and his Mustang had to be towed all the way home because it tore the core support out of his car.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I remember, I'm not sure if that's what happened to Dustin Kent over there, but we've had cars go off over there and lose the front end already. I believe
that
Camaro,
is what happened with Kent.
And I believe this Camaro doesn't have a splitter on it anymore because of Phil Hill also. This is not a forgiving track.
No.
Anyone that's driven Buttonwillow knows there's no forgiveness here. There are areas where it's safe to go off. You know what? I tell people all the time, don't be scared to stay matted from Cottons to bus stop, because you know what? If you spin into the dirt right here.
Absolutely.
And at least you're somewhere safe. You know, don't be scared to go off after bus stop because you have dirt to the left and right. It's very safe. Be scared to go off in Phil Hill. Be scared to go off after the S's. Be scared to go off in the final corner.
Yes.
Those are the areas that you really have to think twice, as we saw with... Was we didn't see with Johnny Hernandez, as we saw with Life Motorsports, that almost, you know, cost themselves the entire event.
Absolutely.
There are just some areas of this track that, until you drive it, you don't understand how scary it really is.
Yeah, I mean, a couple years ago, I was in Rick O'Donnell's Opel, and I did the same thing coming around that last corner.
I'm not
there.
sure what happened here. He may have had a brake issue because he just drove off straight at a low rate of speed. So he may have. I mean, you felt this. Well, you drove a Subaru. Paddock back is semi-popular with Subarus. Well, but I think you had an STI, so it's a 5x114 car. But
so a lot of times, what ends up happening here, I've experienced this many times, and this could be the case, maybe not. Maybe you lifted some heads a little bit. Now you're pushing some coolant. You come into that final corner. You're pushing really hard, full throttle. It dumps a little bit of water on your front tires. Now you don't have the braking.
And it's over.
I've experienced that a few times.
And honestly, none of us want to turn into that corner under lockup or under no brake situation. The best thing you can do is go straight.
Absolutely.
You know, that it really is the best thing you can do. But the other thing that you don't hear about a lot, because we're a time attack org, but brake fade is still a real thing.
100%.
If you're running more than 2 hot laps, the brakes are getting hot. There's no amount of brakes that can keep up with the aerodynamics and the load that we're trying to put in our perpetual qualifying laps.
Well, and a big thing you just touched on, right? So you're trying to buy a set of brake pads that have a huge ability to have huge initial bite and to get up to temperature very quickly, but then again, it needs to be able to last, but not last that long.
You nailed it. Nothing we do is made to last a long time. It needs to just make it those 3 laps that you want to run, maybe 4 laps that you're going to run, and then call it a day.
So back when we ran the Subaru, we ended up in a really bad problem where we were trying to find the right brake pad for it, and we ended up in a situation where we were using a pad that was meant to have really high heat. So basically for the entire outlap, I had to drag the brakes just to get them up to temperature so that when you went into that first corner, you actually had brakes to use.
And I remember, that's why I'm talking about pad knockback. The STI is a great chassis. It's got the 5x114 hubs. It's got the bigger bearings, so you don't run into the issue. A lot of guys start with WRX chassis, and the older WRX chassis, the 5x100 cars, they all dealt with pad knockback. So you would see guys going down the front straight, left foot tapping just to make sure they had brake pressure, you know? It's a super common thing. It's funny to us talking up here like, man, imagine not knowing if you have brakes, but in competition, you're hoping.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, Ken, he was a big proponent of that. He always did that. And so it was really funny because I started out with my STI, so I never really experienced that. He started with a WRX, so he would always, he trained himself to come down there, tap that brake with his left foot.
Even if he moved up to 5x114 hubs, he probably would have still done it. That's the thing. Ken was a very fast driver.
Absolutely.
What happened to that
one of the
man?
fastest. Yeah, he was a great setup guy. He had a great butt, so he could feel anything going on in that car. He was absolutely astonishing. He's actually building that car. He blew it up at Superlap back in 2016.
And it's been on jack stands ever since.
And it's been on jack stands for a while. He's done the jack stand thing, but he is still building it with plans to debut this car sometime in the near future. It is absolutely getting to that
The running
point.
SLB joke is 2028.
2028 is his year. He's coming.
I think by 2028, Austin Shipley will actually have speed.
Yeah.
If he works with you long enough, I believe it's very possible. No, truth be told, though, it's the life of when you put a car on jack stands, you've been through this. You end up re-engineering the whole car. You just wanted to fix one thing, and the next thing you know, it's been on jack stands for 3 years, and it's not even the same car anymore.
So an interesting story is actually from 2014 to 2015, I ended up in a situation where we were going to go up to limited class, which ended up turning into a let's do a lot of things to the car. It turned into a entire year build that put us in a situation where we didn't finish the car until the very last minute. So you can imagine we came out here in a situation where the car was not prepped all the way, and we did a very lackluster performance. I think we got 3rd or 4th that year, and we ran like a 146 or something like that. And it was just really disheartening after you spent an entire year. And what that basically showed me was, do yourself a favor, don't come out when the car's not ready and hasn't been tested. But with that said, that was pushing us to the limit to get the car ready. And that's where people do run into that problem. They end up saying, okay, I need to make sure I get this, and then this upgrade, and then this upgrade. And something we all as drivers do, we think we need everything. And we really have to take that moment to think and say, look, sometimes you have to work on the driver. The driver needs time. The driver needs to be out here. The driver needs to put in effort.
When you completely change a vehicle, I've talked to a lot of competitors, the car will be done a week before. Look, I know you want to be there, but no one wants to damage an untested car. No one wants to hurt an untested motor. It sucks when you put all this time and effort into it just to come out and have a catastrophic.
Yeah, and I've definitely been there. There's many a times, as we've talked about before, where we're tuning the car up until hours before we're supposed to leave to the event, which I know a lot of time attack competitors do that because, again, a lot of privateers, a lot of helping hands from shops and so on and so forth. But we're definitely in a situation where guys really have to be careful because you're coming out here in a situation where a lot of these cars haven't been tested, and their first test laps are on the practice day on Friday or maybe even Saturday.
Saturday, yeah, the first session Saturday. Now, it does look like whatever happened with Thomas Smith, there is a flatbed there. Yeah. They were able to sneak a flatbed out. Buttonwillow has a lot of sneaky little roads, so they were able to sneak a flatbed out without interrupting competition at all.
Yeah, very important.
Hopefully whatever's going on with Thomas, it's fixable. Obviously, we only have one session left. There's a chance we won't see him back out again, but more importantly, that the car is still fine, and he'll be able to get it back out to the next event he wants to run.
Yeah, I mean, for obvious reasons, he's done, I think he came out to practice, right, on Friday?
He's done every single lap of every session.
Yeah, I mean, he's really put in a good effort there, and the Subarus, at the end of the day, they do take a beating, and they keep on going for the most part, but they can have issues just like everything else, so it's definitely a situation where we're kind of...
This man said Subaru and issues.
Oh, God. They don't have that many issues, just, oiling issues, head gasket issues.
Well, see, that's the thing. I always tell people supers are great if you dry sump them and go down this huge list of $100,000 of work. They're fantastic cars.
As long as you stay under 500 horsepower.
You nailed it. I was going to say, for a car and an engine combo, they're probably one of the funnest. They're very torquey 4-cylinders. It's not a 4-cylinder where you have to wrap it out to make the power. They're very torquey 4-cylinders. The problems arise when you're making more than 4 to 450. This is what we always see. And I'm sorry, you're at the pointy end of the stick and you're in an unlimited class, you're not competing with 4 to 450. And it's not because you don't have enough power, it's because you now have all this aero to push. People seem to ignore the fact that, yeah, you're making 700, but you're doing the same top speed you did when it was a street class trim car at 450, 500.
Yeah, so I've compared data to various people, especially in unlimited class versus in street class, and one thing you'll note is as you come down the back straightaway through the S's and come to the final turn, some of the mile per hour you're looking at anywhere from 150 to 160 mile per hour before you get into that final corner. Now, it's very interesting. I've compared data and looked at people's times, and an interesting factor obviously is as you add that aero, you have to add hundreds of horsepower to overcome this aerodynamic force, which is a huge problem, obviously, if you end up in a situation where you end up with a 4-cylinder and you're trying to make that happen, and especially a flat 4-cylinder.
Yeah, well, and it's like I was talking to Mike McGinnis up here. He competed the first year of COTA in his personal GTR, which was his street car, by the way, air conditioning, everything. And I believe he holds the mile-an-hour record on the back straight at COTA of our events. He almost broke 200 miles an hour.
Oh, wow.
You know why, though? Very minimal aero. Very high horsepower car.
Yep.
Now there's the pros and cons, right? This man is breaking the sound barrier down the back straight, but he's also not.
Then you go into the S's.
On 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
He's not hugging the triple apex, So where you give up, especially on the back straight here. There's one thing you said. I know street class cars are going faster than a lot of limited and unlimited cars there, but you're braking later. You are carrying more speed through the corner. It's like when Life beat HKS and Knob at the very first speed ring at Auto Club Speedway. Knob had 20 or 30 miles an hour on him on the bank. No joke. A disgusting amount of mile an hour, but Cole made it all up on the infield.
On the infield, yes.
Yeah, so it's
and that's where tactics come into play,
100%.
Right? That's part of this game is, people do think a time attack as a whole is all about, big wings and as much as you can put on the car, but you do have to always think about, okay, if I want to put the largest aero possible on this car, now I need to be able to put more into the engine, where if I can minimize the amount of drag on the car, and that's where things like flat floors, and
creating ground effect as opposed to creating, because ground effect doesn't create drag.
Yeah, and obviously we've seen that a lot in Formula One in recent now.
In the old era.
Yeah, and in the old era.
Well, but you remember that because you built your car for the same thing I talked about with Mike Lewin. You were actually building your car for limited class in the TD era, and we removed flat floors from limited.
100%.
That's actually what forced you and Pro into unlimited. And people ask, well, why didn't they just change? Well, the amount of effort it takes to develop a properly functioning flat floor, you're not going to take that off the car.
And that was exactly our problem, is we were developing the entire car around the concept of having a tunneled flat bottom.
Yep.
And as soon as you develop that car in that fashion, to then just say, oh, just pull that flat bottom off.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, it just turned into the game of that's not worth it to us. We would rather take this development, move to unlimited class, and then really push up with the big boys, which...
It was cool. It was actually great, and it allowed you to run an even better tire.
Yeah.
But obviously, we're talking the TD era. It was like the RS3 era in street class.
Yes, it was.
There is no asterisks in rule books or records. I hate when people bring stuff like that up. Well, we can't run those to the rules, but the cars get faster.
Yes.
It's
tires alone have improved.
To be fair, Pro still holds that all-wheel drive record,
which is
with Jeff
insane.
With Jeff Westphal driving on TDs with a flat bottom. Okay?
Absolutely insane.
But it wasn't just the flat bottom that got him that record, guys. There's so much more to do with that. And limited class kind of falls in this area, right? You have the super competitive people in street. You have people building to the top of the gambit. You have to really want to build limited class car. But with the aero allotments, I mean, it's a class that has the capability of being obnoxiously fast. It's just no one has built to the limit of it yet.
And that's one of the biggest problems we've seen. And this is always something that comes up in discussions with rules and time attack. So you get all these people that show up, and they complain about rules. And then you ask the simple question, are you built to the limit of the rules? And the answer is always and forever, no.
Yeah, well, it's going to be 13 caveats. No, because, but no, the answer is no. Yeah. People will be like, well, Amir did a 44, and the limited time of that event was a 45. Yeah, well, Amir is built to the extreme
edge
of the rule set. Nice to see Pro on Paddock.
Yeah.
He's built to the extreme of the rule set like he's supposed to. He's built so extreme that he has a binder this thick of emails between the rules committee, so when someone tries to protest me, he's like, oh, 847, Section A, read that. And I think that's why he decided to just jump to unlimited. I really respect it, but he's like, you know what? Let's just go to the class that no one can say a word about and send it, you know?
And I really applaud him for doing that, because it's going to allow him to do everything and anything that he wants to show for not only just Amir, but obviously
for ours future. Exactly.
To really show what that can do.
Well, and the cool thing is, it did suck. We didn't want to talk about it on stream. I'm not here to jinx anyone. He was trying to make it today. The car almost made it today. It was this close. But like we said, he doesn't care about untested. Let's be real here. Amir don't give a damn about untested. But he does care about a car that can't safely make a lap. That's more important.
And for me, as much as I wanted to see that happen, I would much rather see Amir keep it home today, get some testing done, and
we'll
come
see
back.
Him in Texas.
I want to see him come out in Texas and go just balls to the wall with it, and then we see a really tested car.
Because we want to see Amir against Life, against
Pro Awesome, against
Kegel,
again. You know,
well, Kegel's car can't go around Coda. The turbos are so small they'll melt. Sadly, the car is.
Oh yeah, he's on 7163 still.
He's
on 7163.
Little babies, dude. You're talking about he goes from full vacuum to full boost in under a quarter of a second on the dyno. You know, so but Ferris is
the king, absolutely.
You know? So we're going to cut to Jason while these cars are being gridded up. As soon as we're back on track with them, we'll get right back with you.
Thank you for watching Global Time Attack live stream on Twitch, YouTube, and or Facebook. Thank you. I'm standing here. We are at the last half of the day. Final day of the GTA Finals Buttonwillow 2022 competition. Standing here with Ryan Dusex, one of our favorite drivers that follows this crazy circuits around the country. How's Buttonwillow been treating you so far this weekend?
It's a new track for me. It's the first time I've actually driven here. I've spectated a couple times, and I'm really pumped to be here. It's a bumpy track, it's a fast track, and it is relentless, as deemed by my lap times and my poor EJ20 that suffered a loss today. But yeah, Buttonwillow and this whole weekend is just amazing. Fast drivers, super fast cars. I'm really having a great time out here.
We're stoked to have you out here. Ryan was at Circuit of the Americas COTA earlier this year, our first event that we had this year. Then he followed us out to Road Atlanta, I believe, out in Georgia with Formula Drift. We're there every Mother's Day weekend. Third weekend of July, we've got a new home up at the Ridge Motorsports Park in Washington State. Ryan was up there. You've been there every year, I think, at the Ridge. How you like that course up there? Not a lot of people know about it, but it's pretty nice.
It's a super technical track with some breaks in it. It's one of my favorite tracks in the country. It's really similar to National Corvette Museum for anybody who's been out there. And the pavement is beautiful. They're putting in a lot of effort to make that facility really nice. And every time we go there, I feel like we're more and more welcome and just feel like I'm part of the Pacific Northwest family.
You know what? I agree with you 100%. You've definitely picked up on it. I want to shout out Tracy and the whole Ridge Motorsports staff over there. They've really made a home for us up there for Global Time Attack, and they've really welcomed us, and they work with us a lot to make that an annual event for us, and we look forward to going back there up there next year. Now, I hear these guys I think they're going out right now. I want to throw it back up to Cuban. And where can we find you, Ryan, on the internet?
DSX Motorsports on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, everywhere. And shout out to my Pikes Peak National Raceway family. And happy birthday, Olivia Perez.
Awesome. Cuban, take it away, man. And good luck to Life Motorsports, Professional Awesome, and everybody else in Group 1 out there.
Hey, thank you so much, Jason. It's the time everyone's been waiting for, and all the cars, minus Dayo Shahar, in case you didn't know, he's done for the event. All the fast cars are out on track. Life has already pulled out. Pro A was behind him. We have Sean Kegel going out. We have Craig Coker in the Tesla Model Plaid. These are the cars that everyone is here to see break records.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll tell you right now, we're going to do the same thing we did last time. We're going to try and follow Life around, and then we'll pick up Pro A right behind them. Make sure the drone can see them all around the back area of the track. What sucks is, like I said, I don't think they have another set of stickers. Life doesn't come with a million sets of tires.
Yeah.
They have a plan. Their plan was stickers that session, you
Yep.
know? They don't plan for a driver error. When you have a driver like Cole, who is humble and honest, he doesn't plan to lose it in the final corner. So
Absolutely. I mean, and at the end of the day, let's look at the expenses, right? Obviously, that's super expensive, that many sets of tires, and this still is those guys footing this bill.
same wheels, by the way. So they're going to be on the same tires from the last session. It's awesome, though, to see all three of them. See, these competitors, they're so similar. They're all massaging the tires up. Nobody's out here really pushing. Even if they're scrubs, you want to get every millimeter of traction you can out of these. You got Cole, who's basically going to drive at speeds that are below highway speeds up until he gets through the S's to get a little bit of heat into sunset and then send it. We'll know the attitude of the car coming down the front straight. He has been scraping the splitter near the braking zone before being on the brakes. That's how much downforce is being created from the power in this car.
Right there. Yeah, absolutely. He's coming around the last corner, or down the sweeper now. He's going through the S's, and then we'll catch him as he gets into the final corner. Again, he's going to be putting down, let's just hope for 12 to 1,400 horsepower in that GTR, and here he comes. This could be the one, guys.
That was a really smooth exit. Now, obviously, he was carrying less speed there, but he's at full tilt right now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Here
see,
it comes.
before the braking zone, hard onto the skids. The hard part is he's going to go around the back section of the track there. We may be able to see him far over, but the Pro A guys are in, okay?
Oh.
So I don't know. Look, my thing is, if they needed to do a quick installation, they will. They're going to do everything they can to get back out. So,
and they could have just saw something really quickly. They need to do some verification.
and it does look like they're being sent back out already. So whatever it was thumbs up. There's Cole right there going through Cotton Corners. Sean Cagle starting his flyer.
Now we got Cole coming through here. We got him
I've
going
never
through truck
seen
stop.
the car with this much attitude. Like seeing Cole push like this, having to really send it.
Through bus stop, one of the best corners here.
Oh,
Nice
man,
and smooth.
very
That looked
smooth.
good.
Back left corner over. He tries to drive around it as much as possible. He stays basically matted through Riverside, which is a banked corner, but you and I both know the banking isn't that much.
Oh, yeah, and he's probably getting to the tune of, 130, 140 miles an hour through that.
Smooth braking into Phil Hill right there. Quick little straight before the sweeper.
Sweeper's coming in. He's looking really good. He's probably going to diamond this. Make sure he gets to the outside here. And then he's going to tuck it all the way into the right side here. And then just gas it. Give it all he can. This is, if he's got scramble boost, he's boosting the hell out of this thing.
If he has
big off.
He was carrying a lot of speed through the final corner. He's going to finish the lap, obviously, but his tires are going to be dirty.
Yeah, you can see tires are dirty.
He pushed it hard through that final corner. 138.822 with a full 4 off.
Now, just so everyone is clear on this, with a 4 tire off, that does disqualify that time, although it doesn't matter because he's already gone faster.
He's already gone
than
faster than that. So a 4 off only disqualifies if you're cutting the track, just so you know. That was actually a slower 4 off, so he would not be disqualified for that, but he's already gone faster. Let's see if Sean can get into the 30s right here. They had a small they had a small boost cut issue. That's why he couldn't finish his lap last time. 40.2.
Wow.
Sean is so close.
Man, he's so there.
So here's what we are going to see. If I could guess this, we're either going to see Life go out again.
We got some excitement in the paddock. And
I
that's
don't know what the excitement was about, to be honest with you.
I think it's just because of the lap time from Sean Cagle. I think they're super excited about that lap time. They should be. He's wheeling that car super hard. He's getting that 140.2. That's an astonishing
There's Gary
time
Wong
at this
at a
track.
48.327. He's actually chasing Kevin Burke. He's chasing Kevin Burke right now, who is actually in this blue sweater right there. It's a 40.2. That may be a PB for Sean. He still wanted to be in the 39s, obviously. Sean's going to come in quick. He's going to, he still pushes it all around to get back in as quickly as possible. But like I said, his car is turbo limited. He can't run 2 laps. He'll melt the turbines.
Oh, man, that's so crazy.
It's really cool to think about what they made happen. You've driven cars with a lot of turbo lag. Imagine a car with 0 lag. That's twin turbo. It makes 700-800 horsepower, but 0 lag. The downside of it is the turbos are so undersized to make that happen that they create such immense amounts of heat that you try to run into a lap or you try to go down the back straight at Coda and you're going to melt them directly out of the system.
So it looks like we got the Coker in there, and they're taking a look at that right front. Might have something going on there.
You know
Hopefully,
who
he can get
never
out there
saw
and
go
do a
back
lap.
Out, sadly, I didn't see Pro A go back out. I saw him come in. I heard. Oh, there we go. I just got confirmation from our tower team right here that Pro A is on track.
Okay,
so
awesome.
This is their chance, guys.
Absolutely.
Cole is going to be kicking himself in the butt. By the way, I understand what he's pushing it to the max limit. So what we'll do right now is once we get Pro A on track, starting their hot lap, we'll try to track him for you. Tom O'Gorman, he's the king of taking advantage of other people's mistakes.
Do we think that we're going to see the GTR go back out?
It's hard to say. It's hard to say. They are fuel limited. They could absolutely refuel right now, but it may be more likely that he cools the car down and brings it in next session.
That would make more sense. Sometimes again comes down to strategy, and you might have a mistake, you might have an error, but you got to come back the next time.
Their IATs get too high. You know what I mean? There's just too much going on. Now Cole may say, "No, send it right now." This is going to be Cole's call.
Absolutely.
But he's a pretty level-headed guy, and I think
he doesn't want to take too many chances.
I think he'd be the kind of guy that says, let's just send it next session. I mean, but that's 2 times where he made a major error and was still laying down a lap time that some people would kill for.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So right now, yes, it does look like life is going back in, so we're going to have to hope we see them again. Right here is Professional Awesome. This is Tom O'Gorman setting the car up. They're yet to do a flyer. They did a half of an installation lap, came in, got a few things settled. He's going to be really smooth through the sweeper. It's hard because these high-power cars, I see both. You said Diamond it. I'm watching Tom. I watched Tom on his fast lap actually late apex this, like he was using it to scrub speed.
Oh, okay. I mean, like anything else, you're going out there and you're trying different things with the car. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't. Maybe they change their alignment, they change their setup, and Tom might have just found, hey, this is actually working better for me, so let's try this.
Here it is. He's gonna come smooth into this and set it up to come down the front straight. You see that jagged turn in because he wasn't coming with a lot of speed. The car is at full wick right now.
Yeah, it sounds
Man,
good.
he got from that corner to start finish in an incredible amount of time.
It's sparking. That's a good sign.
He's going to go into 1. As soon as he's back in our vision from the tower and camera crew, we'll make sure that we follow that red Evo all the way around. We lose him through the button hook and grapevine over there, but we pick him back up around Cotton Corners.
I'm hearing
Cool
a lot
thing
of
is from the
engine
tower,
noise.
I'm hearing a lot of wide open throttle over here.
Yeah, that's what you need.
One thing I will say, if we have to be very honest, Tom is much smoother through Cotton than Cole is. You know what I mean? Cole is driving very aggressively through there, where I think Tom is understanding that he needs to just carry the speed through there. Look at the attitude of the car.
Oh, yeah, that thing's on it.
Yeah,
10
he's getting
tenths right here.
Oh, my gosh. Quick downshift. Really smooth left.
That looks good.
That looks really good. Yeah, I mean, they're capable of hitting speeds of 130 to 150 through Riverside. I mean, the aero on this car is incredible. I'd love to see the actual data. It's hard to tell when someone lifts from the tower anyway. But
yeah.
Let's see if we can get a drone shot of him going through Phil Hill right there.
Here we go.
There we go, exiting Phil Hill. Huge shout out to our production team and drone pilot. I'm asking the world of them right now, and they're really delivering. Thank you so much.
So he took that early apex.
He did. So he's diamonding this corner. He's double apexing this.
Touches on that inside. Make sure you roll up on the outside. Now you touch each apex ever so slightly. You don't want to touch too much.
Except the last one. You don't touch the last one, especially in a high aero car.
Absolutely. Now he's just got to get that braking down, get the car turned in, and then we're going to see a really spectacular time coming across the boards.
There it is. Oh, using all of the track, but he stayed on the curbing. He didn't slow down by hitting the dirt. 138.705. Man, he's really knocking on the door right now. Both of those cars have so much left on the table. I think that's the part that gets me the most.
It's going to come down to that last session. It absolutely is.
The Buttonwillow curse, man. The Buttonwillow curse is strong. The difference is I don't think Pro A may bring it back in, by the way. Like I said, we're all smart people, but I've seen Tom in this car at the very last session in 2018 do multiple laps and go faster every lap.
Absolutely.
But obviously I think they want to at least hold on to that. They are running on a Hoosier tire, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
and if they're on an A7 compound, it gets rough because that's a tire that overheats rather quickly under high aero cars with high power.
Correct.
So there's the life team back in. I'm sure Cole kicking himself in the butt. You can see how dirty it is. He absolutely... He stayed matted in it, though. He did. He did a 38. I mean, he stayed matted in the dirt.
You know, as with an all-wheel drive car, you can kind of go off into the dirt right there, and it won't, have the same repercussions as much with like a real-wheel drive car. So you can kind of play with it a little bit more, keep in the throttle, and then get it back on track without too much right or wrong that's going to happen to the car. You know, it is pretty interesting with the Professional Awesome guys because obviously they're going to come in, they're going to dissect this data to the umpteenth. They're going to go through the car, and they're going to probably try to send it out there. Now, we do know they can go do 2 or 3 laps. I believe 2 is what they're kind of more so fueled for. If they really have to, they can do a 3, but it might leave them stranded.
Exactly.
So,
and obviously they want to get the car back in. They don't want to have to flatbed it. Though the fire and safety is great here, you know, you never want to hook up a car to and get pulled around. Bad things can happen.
100%.
He is obviously on a cooler here. Now the real question is, are we going to see him turn into the pits, or are we going to see him come down the start-finish straight again? This is where we're going to sit in awe and wonder together. Nope, he's starting another hot lap.
Starting another one.
He cooled it down. He got what he needed to cool it down. Tom O'Gorman has no problem getting the most out of a vehicle, and I think he has a point to prove. So I'll put you in his shoes while he's setting this lap. 2018, he was in the lead. The event was his. Car turned off at Cotton Corners like a great competitor. He got out of the way. Can Jam on the next lap won the event.
Yep.
And he had rolling data of a half a second to a second faster lap.
Yeah, they only made it to like a third of the lap, but they did show data that was going to be faster, which is always a little bit disheartening when you're sitting there looking at that data and you're going, it was there. We had it. We had the ability. So it's definitely one of those things where they have something to prove. This team has been to this event so many times and have been on the cusp of victory and have not been able to pull it off. So we're really, you know, at the end of the day, we're rooting for these guys just like we root for everybody, but we really want to see these guys be able to pull it out and get to where they want to be.
Yeah, and like I said, it's not just Pro A as a whole. I mean, Tom O'Gorman is his driving, you know, as a driver himself, he's a winning driver, championship driver. He won a championship in Pirelli World Challenge. He's won GLTC championship. You know, he's the guy that wants to win. So to know that he lost something on a mechanical, which is nobody's fault, guys. He doesn't blame the team. We don't blame the team. Things happen when you're pushing the limits of a car. But to think that he lost something on a mechanical, and that was really smooth entry into the SS. He's pushing hard now.
He's pushing hard, yeah.
He's pushing hard. He had 2 over on that curbing.
He's going. He's
off. He saw some bad data. You could tell. He lifted as soon as he came into the S's. He was pushing hard all the way into the S's, and then he lifted.
Yeah. All right, so we still have 1 session left where these guys are going to get their opportunity. Obviously, just like anything else, see, this is, again, strategy. So they have lap timers in the car. They know what the car is going to do. He already knew, you know, going through to that final corner what that lap time was going to be. And so he probably was in communication with the team and said, this doesn't make sense. Let's just pull it in and let's go, you know, make some changes.
I'm sure the team gave him full reign. Hey, if you're going faster, send it. If
Absolutely.
Not, you know, that's why you have drivers of Cole Paulson's, Tom O'Gorman. I mean, Daniel O'Donnell has set incredible lap times here. Daniel's part of the Pro A team. When you have drivers of this caliber, you don't tell them what to do. You just tell them it's in your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of times it does come down to feel, right? Like, so as a driver, you can be out there, and if you're not feeling it, and don't get me wrong, when you got someone like Cole or O'Gorman, they feel it more than they don't.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, if they're not feeling it, it just can be that little thing that's off that can take them out of their game, and you don't want them trying to go 10-10s out there. This is something that is not just something you can just go out and do. This is something you have to mentally prepare for.
Oh, absolutely. And Robert Robles just set his fastest lap of this session on his 4th lap at a 1:49.449.
Whew.
He is actually leading street class right now, if I'm not mistaken.
That is super quick.
I think that's a little slower. That's actually what tells you the track is still fast, though, because Robert Robles has done a 48.4 already.
Wow.
So the difference between, like, say, him and Life and them is Life and Pro A, they've been working up to this time. They've been slowly turning knobs. In street class, there's not so many knobs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, in street class, you're sending the car at the power level it has. No one's saying that there aren't street class competitors with a scramble button, okay? That is a completely valid thing to have in a car. But what they are saying is, for the most part, they're at full tilt right off the rip, where these guys, as they're pushing, I bet you they want to clean this car off. There's probably dirt everywhere, to be honest with you.
That Buttonwillow dirt doesn't come off either.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. We can make a joke. Kevin Courtney, who's driving the Project Import S2000, has his own S2000, right? That he competed. He ran Redline in, all this stuff, right? His passenger rear taillight has a dirt from an off from 2011 in it. You know, it doesn't go away. It's stuck in there. No matter how you try to blow it with an air gun, it's permanently there. It's never leaving. So there's going to be parts of Buttonwillow inside Sydney, probably the next time it's in Sydney, Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Bringing Buttonwillow with you everywhere you go. Yeah, it's pretty exciting to see these guys. Obviously, as they're going to go and start preparing the car, they're going to take the rest of the time and see what they can do and get preparations for that next session. Like we were talking about before, they may or may not have another set of sticker tires. They might have been saving one set for that last session of the day. We do tend to see temperatures drop a little bit as the sun starts to fade toward the end of the day. But one thing that people tend to not talk about is the difference in the sun. The sun turns into this weird, it's dark but not dark and
It's
shiny.
blinding.
It's blinding. And so it definitely changes the track as a whole. That last session of the day, it is a little bit of golden hour, but it does take a little bit of mental preparation to prepare yourself to get that lap that you need to get when the track does change in that manner.
Oh no, absolutely. And like anyone who's driven here at the final sessions, you're literally staring. Bus stop is blind to begin with. You've driven here, you don't see bus stop. It's a feeling corner. It's a, I know I need to brake here and turn in here corner. I need to put the right wheels on this curbing, and after my wheel goes over X amount of time, I got to brick and turn. But with the sun in your face, it's double blind. It doesn't feel safe, to be honest with you. So we're asking these teams to set their fastest lap ever in a blind situation, and I think that's the kind of drama we need in our lives.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, one thing, about Buttonwillow is as you drive this course, this is what I call a driver's course, right? Because if you just show up here, one of the hardest things to do is just start picking out any structures or any type of anything to tell you when to brake, when to turn in. You have guys that have been here for so long where they're like, there's a crack in the track at this point that I start braking at. There's this random thing on this corner that I know that I'm going to hit, so I turn in. It's those type of tracks that really separate the locals from the I'm coming here for the first
California
time.
has a lot of those. Big Willow has absolutely nothing to tell you when to turn.
Absolutely nothing.
Big Willow streets, crappy track, but has nothing to tell you where to turn. Chuckwalla really doesn't have anything to show you where to turn.
They have the most out of everybody,
Which
and
is
it's
not,
still
it's
minimal.
still very minimal. But you get to like the historical tracks, like obviously Sonoma has things you can talk about.
Yep.
Seika has things you can talk about. But to come out here and set the lap times, look at them, they're sweeping. I told you.
You got your broom out.
to get you're a race team when you come with a broom. To get here and know when to brake. I mean, for me, I've driven this track plenty of times, and it's really feeling.
Yep.
Honestly, it's feeling. But what sucks is I can say that because I'm driving cars at 300 to 350 horsepower range. I know the speeds I'm coming in at. Those feelings aren't really relevant when you're 700 horsepower with high aero. You need a marker, be it the third crack on the right. Hey, you know how they never fix the curbing there right before bus stop? Well, the crack on the right, that third one, is a great indicator to hit the brakes. And over here, you're not even braking really to slow down. You're braking to settle the nose so that you can actually get the car turned in.
Exactly.
The speed you carry through that left-hander is disgusting. So it's just more about you're braking and lifting immediately to just get the car settled so you can be right back on power. Sweeper is the same thing. I'll tell you, I've always wanted to be the guy that double apex did, but I'm the guy that always did the late apex because I'd miss the brake zone, and I would just carry the speed. You know what I mean? So I completely understand. Same thing is true of the final corner. It's an early turn-in corner. You turn in too early, you're spinning. You turn in too late, you're in the dirt and then spinning into the wall. It's a disgusting track, and I think that's why we love it so much, and I think that's why so many out-of-towners have such a hard time coming here and going fast.
Yes.
Someone said something about Gingerman. Mike Lewin's like, it's easy to go there and go quick. It's hard to go there and go fast. Buttonwillow feels the same, though it's a little bit bigger and it's a little bit more technical because it's longer with a bit more speeds. You don't have anything there to tell you where you can push harder. You just have to figure it out.
Yeah, absolutely. And this track gives you so many differences, so many things that you can try out. One of the things I really love is, as a driver, you start talking to other drivers and you start saying, well, have you tried? Have you tried? Because at the end of the day, that's what you need to do. You need to go out and you need to try different lines, different approaches, different aspects. And obviously, as data acquisition has come into play and as it's been more obtainable for every different person, it's a situation where we can take that information and then replay it over and over and over again so we can understand which way is actually faster. Because you'd be absolutely amazed how you get these guys to come back and say, that felt slower. And then you look at the data, and you're now half a second faster.
Only once it's happened to you do you understand slow is fast.
Absolutely.
But truth be told, and I say this to people all the time, that doesn't mean that you're actually going fast if you feel slow all the time.
Yeah.
You still have to push the car to the limits, but there are a lot of corners here where if you took it back 5 or 10, if you took it back like 5%, you'd have been faster around the track because you overdrove that section.
Yes.
Luckily, like you said, things like AIM solos, the availability of a product that's $400 or $500. Yeah, we're going to say that's expensive, but so is a set of tires, guys.
Yes.
Okay, so a product as simple as an AIM Solo and someone like a Kevin Burke and Amir, a you, people have been doing it for a long time to look at the data to tell you. It's so attainable for the everyday person, and if someone can go out there and use a simple data like that, sure, you know, the professionals are going to say that's not very much data, but for a privateer, that's an incredible amount of knowledge. You know, we don't all have shock pots, guys. We don't all have Motec. We don't all have G sensors, IR temp sensors. You know, you want to get there one day. And funny enough, a lot of the teams that have that stuff never thought they'd be there. But just having entry-level data to read, and then you just pick up from there and add to that.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that really pushed my program in the right direction is we really started evaluating data. As you started to evaluate the data, you really started to understand where you actually could pick up. Obviously, you'd always do video review with your peers, and you start looking at different people, and you say, how did you do this? How did I do this? But again, as you start getting into this weird realm of an 800 horsepower, you know, aero monster, it just gets out of the realm of reality for most people to comprehend. So you do have to rely on data to give you that information, because there's a very small community of people that actually understand what it is to drive a car like that.
Oh, 100%. And obviously, you know, you work your way up to aero, but at the same time, once you're on an aero-dependent vehicle, tire slip away is not something you feel anymore. You know what I mean? Especially at high speeds. Aero is sucking you to the ground so hard that when the tires start to go away, it happens so quickly. So you needed that data to know, hey, I can carry more speed here, I can brake later here. You can't guess that, because guessing in a high aero car is a totaled car.
Absolutely. And one of the things that, you know, pro and con, something that happened to me, we built a huge gnarly splitter. It's absolutely amazing, does exactly what we needed to do. But you know what that splitter wasn't designed for? It wasn't designed to go into the dirt and start digging in, right? And so all it takes, you know, Cole and these guys here, they've obviously...
Speaking of Cole, not to cut you off, it looks like we're going to get a little discussion here with Cole and Jason, so let's see what they have to say.
Sounds good.
How you guys doing? This is Jason, standing here with Cole Paulson, fresh off of what I'm assuming is probably the last chance of the day that you guys are going to take at it on the record. Damn close, man. Take the mic for a little bit and explain. I've got my my phone out because I was looking at the times. 137.972. And for people out there that don't realize, the unlimited all-wheel drive record at this track is a 137.761. The overall from Willamette Young back in 18 is a 137.3. So, I mean, we're talking such a close, just too close.
A little too close. It's quite frustrating because on that last lap, we were up 7/10 before power steering failure out of the S's put us off track. So on the right side, I think I'm the only guy to go 4 off and still run a 38 around this place. So if there's a record for that, please send me the trophy.
Right.
But unfortunately, it's not our day. That's all we have to bring. But we learned a lot, made some good positive changes to the car, and we're excited to come back and do it again with what we learned. Bit frustrating not to get the overall record. You know, there's still a chance Tom could, you know, maybe go and collect that today, and we can all celebrate together. But that's time attack. We're out here supporting each other. We want to see records fall. We want everybody to load up good functioning race cars at the end of the day. So we're doing that just barely.
Exactly. Testament to you guys. I mean, I can hear it in your voice, so it hurts. You know, the disappointment in this game is usually comes along so many more times before the very small victories come, you know, that don't come very often, and that's just a really tough thing about this sport. But when you do win, it's amazing. I think you guys will walk away feeling like winners real soon. It's amazing just the consistency, you know, that you guys are laying down 138s after 138s and then hitting the 137. That's just amazing. Same thing watching Tom in the Professional Awesome car. They're right on your guys' tail. High 138s, high 138s. He went out there 138 again. You know, I have a feeling he'll probably go back out in the 4th session. We'll see how that goes. If you guys were watching the live stream on the session before, Cole had a pretty squirrely section over there. What can you talk about that? I mean, that was definitely pretty hairy.
Yeah, it was me. I drove like crap the whole lap, and I tried to make it up there at the end, and it was just a bad session for me. So the car was good, it was there, and I wasn't. So I cleaned some things up, mainly my shorts after pointing at the wall for a moment. So I got to see all the sponsor banners on the wall, and hope to never do that again, but I gathered it back up and gave it another go, and, close but no cigar.
Yeah. But you got right back up on that horse, which is awesome. That's what this sport's all about, too. Lots of trials, lots of tribulations and whatnot. But the excitement was awesome. It was really great to have you and the whole team here, Kyle, the crew, everybody, Mike. It's just awesome to see this car. Don, a driver that moved to the Philippines a couple years back, that used to run with us here a long time ago. I was kind of reintroducing him to people, and I was like, you've met these guys before, but just a long time ago, and the car didn't look like that, and kind of made me think about how you were talking about, I think your guys' first year here was what year?
2013. Yeah,
so
first year.
Kyle's way over there, but the program's changed a lot, huh, Kyle?
Yeah. Yeah, it's been big changes. So we got the bug, and been sticking with it and coming back. And it's a team effort. It's a small team, it's a big R35 and everything like that. So it looks like a big operation, but we're pretty mom and pop when it really boils down to it. So a lot of what Life Motorsport does is build customer cars. So we take everything we learn on the track, whether it's carbon fiber, aerodynamics, fabrication, and we roll it into the customer builds, and we get to kind of pursue our own thing. And little bits of money at a time goes a long way, spread out over, from 2013 to now.
Exactly. Kind of leads me into the next thing here. For new people out there that don't know where to find you and Life Motorsports, where are you guys located? Where can they find you guys on the internet?
So our actual home's in Salt Lake City, Utah. We're on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. We crank out a lot of videos all related to the event, so you can kind of get behind the scenes, see what we do with the cars and stuff like that. So it's at Life Motorsport, and Cole the Racer is my tag on Instagram and Facebook and all that good stuff. So we're pretty easy to find. Just Life spelled incorrectly.
Yes,
we're there.
Incorrectly with a Y. Why?
I don't know. Why do we do this?
But it works. I'm not sure. But we have fun doing it. It's awesome. It's great to see you. Congratulations, guys. Love you guys.
Thanks, homie.
It's good stuff. I appreciate it. We're all going to get together. We're going to go hot again in about 20 minutes. And then the last group of the day is Group 1. We're all going to be pulling for Tom O'Gorman. Professional awesome. Not that I want to see him beat you guys, but someone's got to win. If they beat you, hopefully they get the record, and if they beat you by enough. If not, it's a pretty...
If he does that. If he goes in between the two, I'm like, that's not cool. Yeah, like...
Otherwise, we've got a rad podium in the Unlimited class, at least even the way it sits right now. Right now it sits with you on top. Professional awesome with Tom driving, I think, in second. Sean Cagel, local guy from Fresno with the Corvette that's here every year. Third place. I think it's Dye right behind him in fourth, and then possibly Craig Coker in the unplugged Tesla, I think. So some heavy hitters. It looks really good. It was awesome. Thank you guys for coming out and making it a special party. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, dude. Just couldn't be here without you. Kyle, thanks for giving the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you to Life Motorsports team, the GTA staff. We're not done yet. I'm going to throw it back up to Cuban if he's up there. I'm not sure if he's still on the mic or not. We might go to a small break. Like I said, we go back out in about 15 minutes. Thank you, guys.
That was a great interview with Jason and Cole, and Mark and I were up here listening, and that explains so much, right? Because we're watching, and we'll have a replay for you really quick if you already saw the replay while they were in the interview, and it's pretty crazy, to be honest with you. It looked like he tried to turn in and just couldn't keep turning, and now to know that he actually had a power steering failure makes complete sense. But it also talks about how crazy the fact that he was able to complete the lap and do a 38 was.
Yeah, I mean, coming out of the S's there, it's actually super crazy that he actually had the ability to continue down the path he actually did, having that power steering failure at that moment. So obviously we're going to finish watching his lap here. He's just coming over Phil Hill. This is the replay for Cole Paulson here.
You see it, right? Everything's looking smooth. He's turning into sweeper right now. Anyone that's ever driven a car with no power steering is going to tell you how difficult it is, but now add thousands of pounds of downforce to the front of the car.
Absolutely. You know, this is a heavy GTR with a lot of downforce, and as he comes through the S's here, you can see he's coming through, and you can see he turned in, and then it just seems to fall off.
It just stopped turning, and you're going to see here how late he is on the corner, and it all makes sense now. He didn't have power steering. He drove around the apex right there.
So just imagine he had to really muscle that steering wheel and just get it all turned in to get that lap completed.
Yeah, he was wrestling the heck out of that car.
And that just shows that perseverance and really that drive that he was trying to get that lap done.
No, that's great. So we're going to take a quick break. We're back at 2:40. We're going to clear the tower for a few minutes. We'll keep the stream up for you because it's a quick little 10, 15-minute break. But that was really impressive. Hey, Mark, thanks for being up here. If it looks like we have another showdown on the last session, or if you just want to be up here for the pro odd time, let me know. We'll catch you guys at 2:40 PST to be Group 4 of the final session, and we'll do the rundown.
All right, guys. Later.
I don't know why they can't understand it's fucking blocked off for a reason. Everybody's not supposed to be running this one. I know, it's driving me crazy. It's only be the stack here. It's driving me crazy too. Because I'm watching you guys move all this stuff to block it, but yet you get the average people just think, oh, I'm gonna move it. And then you had one up here taking pictures earlier. No, he had so much pressure on that. I was trying to pull it like, motherfucker, get off the table. I've had to do it like 6 times this weekend. But if they're like that, they're fine. You just don't want feet hanging on the other side of the wall. Because we've had events where release them from here and they go into the wall. Because they want to launch out and lose control. So whenever something's hot and heavy, they're not allowed on the hot pit unless they're stacked. True.
Group 4, this is your 4-minute call until the track goes hot. Group 4, this is your 4-minute call until the track goes hot. This is your last session of the weekend. So if you are not coming out, please return your transponder to the GTA tent. Once again, if you are not going out, please return your transponder.
for 1 second.
Catch one of them guys right there.
last session of competition this weekend for the GTA Finals in Buttonwillow 2022. 10 minutes out.
Yes, it will only last maybe 30 minutes for the pit cam.
Your nose point at my corner worker in front of you going up, no way you're not drifting. So anyway, he got on the radio to that next guy and discussing it with all the road fire safety and Robert and the whole crew. Robert comes over and he's like, what is it? I got to deal with it. He goes over and starts talking. I don't ever say fuck you, my staff or how about fuck you, sack your shit, I finally get out. And he kicks him out. I said, thank you. Finally there's somebody gonna look out for the club wants to let us back on. And I think that's bullshit. Because all I'm doing is enforcing the rules. If you want to argue with me about drifting, go talk to them. Oh, I can't go back on. Who says I can't go back on? I said, I used to. Then he keep going off and said, fuck off. But I just felt good, man. You finally back at me. If I was being respectful, okay, you're not supposed to be quick to let me load. Then the corner I'm trying to tell them, still, okay, so talk to them. If you don't want to be respectful, I do. You got Mason run saying, but come over in the morning. Let you guys leave here and hit that track. It's him. When he said go. And the dude wanted to argue with the other one, and then forced me from him. And we want to let him back on. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do this. There's horses out there for you guys to see. You want to come and ask you out? So I felt real good that he said, what? Okay.
recommend you guys record it so I've saved it because it's going to take off the internet.
2022 competition, 305 to 3.
Here we have Group 3 going out for their final session of the day. Group 3, this is everyone's chance to lay down their fastest lap of the event if they have had any issues or if they just feel they have a little bit left on the table.
After that at 3:30, Group 2, this is your last chance at 3:30, Group 2, right now currently at 305 to 325 is Group 3.
Now, this Corvette being a TT2, TT1 car, they're used to running many sessions in a row, and it's great to see him continuously going faster. Behind him is the Project Import S2000 with its new livery. Kevin Courtney driving, trying to get as much time out of that car as physically possible. Leading the session now is Peter Tuchinishki in his Renner Motorsport Subaru. We have Aaron Gong out there trying to set a faster lap on the William Hong in his street class BMW.
Oh, you need me back there? Yeah.
Do we go to track? I'm back on my camera.
Joseph Nacion in his very mild street class Evo. Mark A. Lager in his Z06 being followed by Kevin Courtney. That S2000 definitely has some legs. He was pulling up on that Z06 on the straight. It does look like Mr. Lager let Kevin by. May take him a little longer to get into some heat into the tires, and Kevin was ready to set a hot lap. Let's see how he does on this one. They've been going faster and faster every session. He's getting more comfort in the brakes and comfort in the car. He has a lot of confidence in it through the truck stop, bus stop complex. He seems to really be pushing harder and harder every session. On the brakes a little early for the bus stop left, but with an ABS issue, it's really hard to just want to throw out the anchor as late as possible. There is the Z06 going off on bus stop, though. Looks like Peter Tuchinishki laid down a 155.073. Here comes the Project Import S2000 around the final corner with Kevin Courtney. Let's see what kind of time he can lay down. 158.871. Let's see if he's got a couple more laps in there, if he has to come in to cool it down. Joseph Nastione able to go faster on his second lap also. Peter and Joseph just continuing to go faster second and third laps. So we have Peter at a 154.936, Joseph at a 55.527. That right there is a pretty serious off, guys. To be that far off, he either really had to use the restroom or he was coming in at a strong angle right there.
Stop sleeping around people, maybe we could.
Looks like he was able to get it up and running. He's been pushing hard all day, but there is a time where you have to kind of back yourself off a little bit. We know everybody here wants to set fast laps, but you're not going to be setting fast laps if every other lap you're in the dirt.
3:30 today. 3:30 to 3:50 to the last session for Group 2, to Session 8 of this year's Global Time Attack Finals here at Buttonwillow Raceway Park. 5-minute call. Group 2, make your way to grid.
Coming close to an end, my friends. Here we are, Group 2, Session 8. This is the final run, the final session. Final time Group 2 has a chance to set a fast lap. We have Clayton Yates leading him out in his C7 Z06, being followed by Jarrell Natividad. Jarrell is sitting on a podium spot in street class, being followed by Jake Graham in his TGA Performance Subaru. Not a bad run for the first laps here of their final session. You got Clayton Yates at a 149.984. Jarrell Natividad at a 50.7, though he has broken into the 49s. Jake Graham at a 51.6. Gary Young at a 152.8. And George Zhao at a 53.011.
Somebody just fly off that car.
Jake Graham still pushing fast lap times. He seems to be really consistent in the 151s. It's good to know he's confident in the car and comfortable with it. Clayton Yates got down to a 149.9 on his first lap. We have Gerald Natividad still at a 150 from his first lap. Looks like his 49 from earlier is where it's going to sit. I think that basically says Gerald Natividad is sitting on a podium in street class.
competition in general. 3:55 to 4:15. Group 1 goes on for their last session of the day. The competition is coming to a close. You don't need the transponders anymore. Please do not forget to return your transponders over here to the GTA tent. We'll drop the podium out on the other side of the tower there. We will do the GTA awards shortly after the last session of the day, roughly at about 4:30, 4:35. We will live stream the ceremony, podium ceremony, so please don't leave if you're here at the podium. Got the champion spray, Meister watches for the first place winners. 5-minute call. I hear Sean Cable coming up. 5-minute call, 3:55. Group 1 goes hot. One minute out from the last session of this year's GTA Finals here at Buttonwillow. If you're still here, you might want to make your way over here to the Paddock.
Here we go, folks. Final chance, final session. Looks like Professional Awesome's going for one more. Cole's done with a power steering failure. This is their chance to take the event, take the record, take the overall. I know Tom O'Gorman and their entire team over at Professional Awesome is hyped. There on the right, you can see just the corner of Sean Cagle's America-powered Corvette, right behind the Professional Awesome Evo. All right, track's hot, guys. Cars are going out. We have Tom O'Gorman in the Professional Awesome Evo being followed by Sean Cagle in the Caliber Customs Corvette, Craig Coker in the Tesla Model S Plaid, followed by Kevin Burke in the Rockstar Garage S2000. per usual, these guys are really gentle on their outlap, trying to make sure they get every bit of these slicks as they can. It looks like the Professional Awesome Evo is just going around bus stop right now. Gives a little gas to hit the brakes to get some heat in the tires. Sean Cagle doing the same thing. Craig Coker trying to get below the 43. I mean, this car is incredibly impressive. His comes out, did a 43 off the rip. He did a number we weren't ready for. It's great to see him out here. New technology, new car. Kevin Burke right behind him trying to just extend the gap of his limited class lead. The win is his, but this is all for personal gain right now, seeing how much they can really get out of the car. And there he is. There's Tom in the Pro A Evo, getting the last bit of scrub on his tires. He's going to go ahead and turn into Sunset and give it full send. Lap started. He knows, the team knows this is her last chance to take first place. Sean's behind him. He's already reset the unlimited rear-wheel drive record, but he really wants to get into the 39s. Here he comes. Okay, so Tom O'Gorman going through the truck stop, bus stop complex. Attitude of the car looking good. He's really pushing it. Quick on the brakes right there. Hard turn into bus stop. Kept it on the track. He's going to go ahead and try and keep it as matted as possible through Riverside. Aerodynamics on that car doing a good job. We should catch him going up over Phil Hill over here on the left. There he is. Let's see if he can be clean and smooth through the sweeper, put the power down through the S's, and have a good final section. He'll know before us if he set a good lap. All the lap time is made through Cotton Corners to Phil Hill, so this is him just trying to put a rubber stamp on the lap. Clean through the S's. Hard on the brakes into Sunset. Using all the track, all the curbing, did not put a single tire in the dirt. And a 138.382. Still a little off the 37s, but Tom is really wheeling that car. Let's see what Sean lays down right here. A 40.9, just off of his own unlimited rear-wheel drive record. Now it just comes down to, are we going to see Professional Awesome try to go for one more lap? I know Tom has the ability to lay another flyer if he needs to. They have the fuel for it. It's all about, can he cool the car down enough? Can he get the tires back underneath him? If he made any mistakes, does he know where he needs to correct them? Kevin Burke with a 47.8. There you got Tom right there in the Professional Awesome Evo just on his cool down lap. We'll see if he comes back in, have the guys check any tire pressures or any data before he goes back out. He does have this complete session to try and set another lap. Here's Sean Cagle. This is basically his personal victory lap. He's not able to do another lap, but this is him going around knowing he put in his full effort. Him and his team reset the unlimited rear-wheel drive record. Kevin Burke is probably going to try and run as many laps as he can to get as much time as he can. The car is very well set up, and he's had no issue picking up time lap after lap. So let's see if he can really rubber stamp his overall win right now in limited class. We got Gabriel Shadid with a 150.261. Robert Robles at a 150.685, and Lawrence Yun at a 201.091. There was Pro A letting Kevin Burke by, but oh no, it looks like Kevin may have just been a little too deep into the brakes right there. He may have fixated on the Pro A car and just missed the brake zone into the sweeper. He's going to go ahead and use the extra track part of the sections that we don't run to get it back around. Make sure there's no cars coming so you can come back in and get another lap going. It does look like we have, obviously, Sean Cagle coming in, Craig Coker coming in his Tesla. Okay, so over on grid, I was looking around for the Professional Awesome Evo, but over on grid, we have the Pro A car checking tire pressures, putting fuel in, so we will see them go back out. Let's see what they can do on their second, which will probably be final lap of this session and the event. And there they are. They're going out on track right now. Lap, and then he's going to go for one more flyer. There's Tom O'Gorman. Obviously, they came in, I watched them check pressures, and they added some fuel to the car. He's going to try and really massage those tires. Doesn't want to overheat them. They've already done one hot lap, and anyone who's been out there knows it doesn't matter how good your tire is. When you've already put some serious heat into them, you don't want to keep beating them up on your warm-up, or else you might use every bit of the tire that's left before you have a chance to set a lap. Looks like we have Kevin Burke. He got his team to check the car out really quick, and then he's going to go back out. That off didn't seem to cause any issues. Just wanted to make sure the splitter was good. Everything was nice and tight before he goes out there to set another lap. It does look like any cars that would have been ahead of the Pro A car are getting off track right now. There's Gabriel Shadid coming out. All right, here's Professional Awesome coming around Sunset, going onto the front straight. Tom's got the car warmed up, tires nice and ready to go. He's going to go as hard as he can. Let's see how deep he can push it into turn one. Small little lockup right there. Oh, into the dirt. You saw it, that little puff of smoke on the front tires. That's what has a manual brake car. He's been pushing it to the limits, and it looks like he may have pushed the tires past what they could handle, or the tires were really at the end of their life. You know, the Pro A team and Tom really wanted to go for the overall win, go for the overall record. So that's probably the end of their event, but they put in a valiant effort, a 38.382 this session. That's going to keep them in second place in Unlimited overall. So if you remember the 2018 event, they just kept going, right? So I'm not here to say that the event's over for them. That could have just been a really small mistake on their end. I saw Tom going left and right and scrubbing his tires. If you ask my opinion, he's probably just going to go back and send it. Let's see if Tom just goes for another lap or brings it back in. He was scrubbing the tires. I mean, he'll know what happened there. He may have gotten on the brakes a little late. His foot might have slipped off, and he got back on too hard. The quick lockup, the smoke was for such a minimal amount of time, you could tell that he immediately got off. There we go. It does look like he's going to set up for another lap. No, do not. All right, here we go. Tom going for another hot lap. Let's see how he goes into turn one. Braking in the same area, it looks like he's a lot smoother on this one. Nice shuttle would look like Kevin Burke going down the front straight. Here we have Tom O'Gorman going through cotton corners. He's going to want to use this to really set up as much speed as he can through the truck stop, bus stop complex. Up and over the small bump. Right-hander. Left-hander. All right, he's going to set up the car all the way to the right. Hard onto the brakes. Turn into bus stop. Kept it on the curbing right now. Now he's just going to push as hard as he can through Riverside. There he is going up and over Phil Hill. Again, he's going to know better than us. Let's see if he's on a faster lap than he was before. If he's still got tire left, this is where he's going to want to use it. Coming in, hitting the first apex on the sweeper, second apex on the sweeper to set up to put as much power down as possible to go through the S's. There he goes, jumping the inside curb there, staying wide open. Hard onto the brakes into the corner. All right, Pro Tom O'Gorman, what do you got? 138.766, just a little bit slower than the 38.382. You can't say that they didn't put in the effort. They were pushing for every single inch they had on those laps. What a great story for those guys, though. Haven't been here since 2018. I mean, you obviously want to come and you want to rubber stamp the competition. You want to say, I came here and I won, but they ran an amazing event. They were consistently faster session by session. Tom came out here and really showed the kind of driver he is, putting in the effort, making the changes on the car they felt they needed to try and set a record. They may have felt a bit short this year, but truth be told, so did Life Motorsports and Cole. Everyone fell a little short of what they knew they were capable of, but these guys all came out here and put in some serious effort, and we have to give nothing but love and respect to these teams for all of the time they spend doing this, the travel, the effort, every bit that they put into it. Here we have Kevin Burke coming back in after not setting a lap. Maybe that off was a bit worse than he thought it was. Maybe he flat spotted the tires or something feels loose. That's Will right there and Corey Wells speaking with Kevin Burke. Will was driving the Art of Attack BMW. Looks like Tom's hugging the inside, so he is going to come in. There's Gary Wong on a new flyer. He's run a 153.9 this session. It looks like he came into the pits, got his car checked out, and has gone out to try and set another fast lap. I think that's going to be it, folks, as far as lap times being set, cars going out and going full tilt. Though we do have who I believe is going to be Robert Robles off there through Phil Hill. That's one of the worst places to go off. When you go off to the left of Phil Hill, it's a serious drop down. It's a splitter destroyer, a bumper killer. So hopefully the car is still fine and he doesn't have any issues. But I think you have seen Tom O'Gorman and the Pro Out team show what they really are. We've seen Cole Paulson and the Life Motorsport team show who they really are. They gave it their all. They did everything in their power to try to take the record, bring it back to the States for us. But it seems another year, William Al Young is going to get to sit at home and go, still mine. That right there is going to be the end of GTA Finals. We're going to go ahead and certify the results. We'll have the trophy ceremony coming up at 4:35. Once again, trophy ceremony coming up at 4:35. Bob is the king of tear down. He has the whole place torn down before the last session's done. Yeah. No, look at him. He's right ahead. He just grabbed the last Yokohama flag. Bob's like, yeah, we're done, right? Bye.
bitumen Paddock. The track is now cold. No unauthorized motor vehicles of any kind, including electric bikes and scooters. There is no overnight camping. The gates will close at 6 p.m. Thank you for being at Buttonwillow Raceway. We appreciate your business.
Thank you, is always there. See you next year. This one is yours? Yeah. I'm walking up there right now. Yeah, I'm going up there. I have to go get sweat. Didn't expect to be done early, it's raining. Don't have to drive so far in the dark. Yeah. I have a real hard time with that. Because once I see a bright light, I don't see anything else. Right. When guess where the road is a losing game. Yeah. It's a simple way, I don't have to do it ridiculous. It works for me. There you go. Alright. Okay. Count those next week. Okay, I should be here the Friday. I'm not sure about the Monday. I always work the Friday after Thanksgiving. Yeah, Black Friday. Yeah, no one else wants to. Yeah, it's a package. Have a good one. Sound safe. All right, you too.
Jason will give the microphone back to him, and we'll need it back. Do you know where to find that news that with the blue beard? Yes, yes. Oh, really? His name is James.
Actual camera or the phone?
All right, guys, so I want to do a little song for y'all. I'm just kidding. Sing my heart out. No, I just wanted to give you the quick Russell Simmons thank you. If you guys are old enough to know who he is and the comedy thing. But anyways, I'm dating myself. I honestly just wanted to say thank you, guys. I appreciate it. GTA staff, we love doing these events. We really love watching you guys going out there and battle for the fastest lap times you guys can get. Great showing this weekend. Lots of really awesome cars out here. Car count was a little low, but to be honest with you, we've never been about car counts. We've been about the quality of cars. Quality of cars at this event was top-notch. That's a testament to you guys and the type of builds you guys do. Appreciate that you choose Global Time Attack as your home to display your guys' builds, your creativity, the engineering, and all the smarts and the money you put into it. We're honored to have you guys, honestly. So appreciate you guys. I'm going to hand it over to Cuban. We don't got much light, obviously, so let's get into the awards. I just wanted to thank you guys as the one of the founders of Global Time Attack. Thank you, guys.
Hey, fearless leader Jason Deanhart. Thank you, JD. Thank you very much. So let's go ahead and start this off. Like Jason said, thank you so much for coming out and competing. You guys are what makes us what we are. Without the drivers, we wouldn't be what we are today. So let's go ahead and start with Pro Comp. It is a solo field. Mr. Ryan DeSex over here with a 154.606. Congratulations. You bring that Subaru all across the states. You keep the history alive with the Japanese car, man. We really love you for it. Thank you so much. Here's your Pro Comp champion, first, second, third, everything you'd ever want to be. Ryan. Yourself only.
It's loaded.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. So we're going to work our way up speed-based, obviously. It's been a really good event. The classes were actually where they should have been time-wise. So first things first, honorable mention in enthusiast class with a 201. Please don't come up. 201-929 from a Mr. Richard Klein from Renner Motorsports. Thank you for coming. You really pushed the limits. Third place in enthusiast with his Tesla Model 3, Mr. Safian Fraval with a 157.669, car number 420. Are you here? Oh, you come up. Yeah, you're in third, my friend. First podium, first event, man. Third place goes right here if you didn't know, my friend.
Thank you, man.
All right, guys, with a 156.449, continuously improving every event he comes to, Mr. Aaron Gong with his Subaru BRZ 86 Cup. Great job, Aaron. Thanks for coming out. Doing a great job out here. Let's give this man a round of applause. He really embodies what his shirt says. He just sent it. It's already loaded, my friend. Be careful. All right, guys. Here's third place, second place. With a new enthusiast all-wheel drive record, with a new enthusiast overall record, with a 154.413, Mr. Zachary Sober from Sober Racing in his Subaru WRX STI. Zach's been traveling across the states. He's not from around here. He did a great job. Huge shout out to Zach. Congratulations with overall and all-wheel drive record. Here's your enthusiast podium, guys. There's no agreements to not spraying, by the way. I don't agree with that. Great job, guys. Great job. Here's your enthusiast class podium. Thanks so much for the competition, guys. Great job out there. Let's go to street class, okay? We had a great field in street class this event, okay? More than that, we have a new name in our street class podiums. So, first of all, honorable mention, I don't think he's here anymore, but with a 150.758, just 4/10 off the podium, Mr. Johnny Hernandez. If you're out there watching, thanks for coming out, man. You did a great job. Now, first event in street class, okay? 4/10 ahead of Johnny, someone who's always been the most competitive in his class, with a 150.395, Mr. Jarrell Natividad. Meister watches, Studio RSR, and his Toyota GR Supra, 159.35. Great job, Jarrell. All right, second place, someone that's always been competitive in the class, always pushing to be in the top, with a 148.963, Thomas Smith Racing, Mr. Thomas Smith. This is a man that's no stranger to being up here. Great job, Thomas. We don't have insurance for that. All right, guys. And in first place, led the class basically the entire event, kept pushing the times, going further and further with a 148.427 in his Toyota GR Supra, Mr. Robert Robles. Another Studio RSR car. Studio RSR has 2/3 of this podium right now. Did you want to sponsor Thomas? All right, guys, here's your street class podium. Because then they get because it's a premature if we don't. Great job, guys. Good competition out there. It was a great battle between y'all. Let's move on to limited class. Limited class was a very, very tight competition this year. Sometimes we see a big gap, sometimes we see a small. That was not the case this year. So, number one, honorable mention to fourth place. Literally 4 thousandths off of the podium. We have Mr. Clayton Yates at a 148.69. Thank you so much for coming out. This is an honorable mention, so thank you very much. Let's start with third place in their Porsche 911 GT3 N15 design, Mr. Lawrence Yun with a 148.629. Great job out there, Lawrence. Thank you so much for coming out. You set down some great laps. First podium, guys. I got to teach him how to use the thing. Right there, my friend. All right, guys. Second place, less than a second ahead of him in his BMW Supra. That's an awesome car. He named it a BMW Supra. A 147.462 for Mr. Gary Wong, Elite Performance. He named it a BMW Supra. I love that. All right, guys. Third place, Mr. Lawrence Yun. Second place, Gary Wong. And in first place with a 146.995, the Rockstar Garage, I Am an Influencer Racing, Mr. Kevin Burke. All right, guys, here's your limited podium. We have Lawrence Young, Gary Wong, and Kevin Burke. Great job out there. Out there, guys. Thank you so much for all the competition. All right, and to the fastest class of the competition, the fastest cars out there, the class that had the most drama possible. Let's get into unlimited class. Honorable mention to the evasive team. You guys blew everybody's minds. I don't know why anyone ever questions you guys anyways. You always bring the heat when you come out. Oh, yeah, by the way, big guys get big bottles. So whoever wants to mess up Cole's day, it's right there. Big shout out to Dai Yoshihara and Evasive Motorsports with a 141.253. Fastest S2000 around Buttonwillow. Great job, guys. Super proud of you. Third place, reset the rear-wheel drive unlimited record. Reset their personal best. Almost broke into the 30s in an H-pattern Corvette. Mr. Sean Cagle with a 140.249. Great job, Sean. You get a watch for that one. You broke a record, my friend. All right, guys. Second place, competing for the win the entire time. It's a name and a face. If you follow racing, you know. Huge shout out to Tom O'Gorman and Professional Awesome with a 138.382. The man must really love that jacket. They fought all weekend. They picked up time every single session. Tom's only been here once before in this car in 2018. He obviously proves he's a wheel, man. So great job out there. First place, just shy of the unlimited all-wheel drive record. They gave us the most drama on the stream. We had power steering failures. We had the car almost into the wall on the front straight. That's going to be a 137.972 from Cole Paulson in Life Motorsports and his Nissan GTR. Thank you so much. Masters of Time Attack. All right, thank you so much for sticking around. To all the competitors that came out here, thank you for everything you do for our sport. This is the end of the GTA season, and you guys rock. Thank you very much.